Hello. Just give me a minute here. I'm finishing up with today's work-related tasks. My daily minimums. Where's the Twitch notification? That was late. I've been in pre-stream for 6 minutes. It just sent the one for Twitch. Weird. Afternoon, Pouncy. Hope you're doing all right today. Did you? I literally just got mine for Twitch. Hi, boss. Everything you touch goes wrong kind of days. I feel that. Alright, select all. Alright, well, that's done. Oh, I see. You've been off duty all week and you've left your clocks in on duty all week. Cool. Love that. So I have to edit all of this. One minute is going to take a second. Started the stream because I didn't think I'd have much to waste time doing. I just wanted to make sure it was up and stable. Now we're 10 minutes in. It's just me sitting here. last-second work that I didn't need to be doing right now. It didn't help that, like, a lot of times I don't shut my computer down. I put it to sleep. And then I'll walk past my office and my computer will be on. And I'm like, great, it restarted. And sure enough, I came in and I turn it on and it's like, welcome to Windows. Do you want Microsoft 365? No. No, I do not want Microsoft 365. I'm not paying you for Outlook either. And I'm not paying for this. And I'm not asking for that. And no, I don't really want you to back up my files to the cloud service. Whoa. I didn't mean to change her size. Let me put her back. Right about there. There we go. I'm trying to scroll on my other screen. I didn't know it was still attached to her. Anyway, today hasn't been too bad of a day. The very first thing I had to do this morning was get up and run the digger back to the rental place because it needed to be there between 8 and 8:30, and everyone was there, either renting or returning stuff because they're only open till like 1 today, and it's supposed to be stormy on and off today, though I haven't seen any storms here yet. It's supposed to be passing thunderstorms today. And then, yeah, on the way home from that, stopped at Lowe's to get some gravel and stuff for the hole, and had to go to the garden center to get the gravel, and I was where I was like, oh, plants! I want some plants, please! Okay, I can't fix that day because it's not certified, and I can't fix that day because it's not certified. So your clocks are still in the red, but they're better than they were. Yeah, walking through the garden center, I was like, plants! I want plants! There's a shiny plant. I probably paid more for the pot than I did for the plant, for the house plant, the Maranata thing. But it looks pretty, and I'm curious to see how it hangs on. So I hung it up on the bar in the den that is under the plant lights. It's where I've had my where are you going? It's where I've had my plants hanging for the last like almost 2 years now since I got them. And where are you going? But I replaced the mint that I had up there. My camera already turned off. That's a good sign. Oh, you're kidding me. 3 more? I thought we were done with those trips. Oh, for crap's sake. Okay, well, that's fantastic. Anyway, what was I thinking about? Plants. I had those plants that I got like 2 years ago, and the one, I don't remember what it was called, but it was like the leaves looked like mint, but it wasn't mint, but it was a something mint, but it's not actual mint, it just has leaves that look like mint leaves. Anyway, I had it in the center of the bar, and it's been looking pretty sad because, it gets watered once a week. I've given it a fertilizer pellet. It's got the same amount of daylight as the other ones. And the leaves that are green, they look really good. It's not like it's like super wilty or discolored or anything, but it has thinned out a lot, and it's gotten really thin, and it's got a lot of dead growth. And I was like, you know what? that would be a spot to put the new Marananta. So I took the mint one and I hung it in the window upstairs. See if maybe some natural daylight makes it happier. We're doing the Mucho Mango Arizona again today. So, yes, the prayer plant. Meanwhile, I'm staring at a page related to work and looking at trips and thinking, oh, I didn't know we had more of those trips. I thought those were done with. Maybe they just got rescheduled. Bugger. Whatever. I don't control that. I just have to deal with it. So yeah, we took the digger back over there today, and then the rest of today is just kind of mine to do what I want with. Tomorrow is mostly mine to do what I want with. And then next week is a work trip. So I'm going to be gone Monday through Friday, getting home next Saturday. Yes, I'm sitting here talking to myself. It's fine. It's fine. You can take your claws out of my chair. Turn your heater pad on if you want to sit. Chester's like, why are you in here talking to yourself? Anyway. So Monday I will be leaving and I will be gone. I will get back next Saturday. It's going to be a very busy trip, so I'm not looking at having like streaming time. Oh. Excuse me. Update, please. So yeah, it's like 4 or 5 day trip. Utah, Eastern Idaho, Western Idaho, and it's a different town at the end of every night. So it's not like I can set up my gear in my hotel room and then just go chill while the group is at an event. No, we're going place to place to place to place to place, and then we end in a different town almost every night. So I'm not going to have a lot of opportunities to be doing any kind of streaming. I'm 50-50 on the drone. I might take the drone. I don't know. If the strawberries survive? No. The strawberry I got last spring. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't figure out if I was underwatering it or overwatering it, but it didn't do well. It was not doing well under the artificial lights. Didn't seem to be doing well in general. I didn't have the auto water at the time. I was manually doing it, and I couldn't figure out. I honestly could not figure out if I was flooding it or not watering it enough. I ended up trying to take it outside to see if like full sun or more sun or whatever, natural sun would help. And then, of course, once it was out on the porch, it just got straight up forgotten. And then it did die straight off just because it could not remember to go out there and water it literally to save its life. So the strawberry experiment did not work. All right, updates are done. Hopefully this will just swap over. Really? Hang on. Sorry, that was work. We are literally in the process of hiring new drivers. I've got 2 new drivers coming in. One who wants to be a sub, one that wants to do like full time. And yet they're asking me, hey, just a smidge short-staffed for next week. Is there any chance you'd be interested in doing your morning route on Monday? And I'm like, dude, I do not think that I am mentally where I could be up at 6 a.m. 5 a.m. going to work, do my morning route. Once I've done my morning route, I'm not going to be able to easily sleep. Because I was going to leave here. I was going to leave here around like 11 or noon on Monday to head down to Utah. Because it's like a 5-hour drive. And so you'd be like, oh, you get out of work and done like, say 9 a.m. That's not really enough time to then come home and nap and then maybe leave in this super long day, because at the end of it, the group isn't... I have to pick them up from an airport, and they're not going to be at the airport until like midnight Monday night. So I had already planned this out, like, okay, well, I'll stay up late tonight, as late as I can, and I'll try and sleep in tomorrow, and I'll do the same thing on Sunday, and then Monday I can sleep in, and I'll offset it a bit. Because, truth be told, once I get down to Utah, I will have a little time down there. Oh, I should have some hours down there to unwind, but they told me when they gave me this trip, they're like, you don't have to, we won't expect you to come in Monday morning. And I was like, okay, cool. So as soon as I saw that name on my caller ID, I'm like, he's going to ask me. He's going to ask me if I can do Monday morning. Oy vey. Anyway, sounds like a hectic trip. Hope it goes well. Yes, I hope it goes well as well. It's not a school function, so there is a possibility of tips. But it also sounds very professional, And my experience with the higher end clients has been super mixed. Some of them have been decent tippers. Some of them have been dicks. Yeah. Anyway, I'll try and be as professional as I can. Satisfactory. Is the game sound coming through? I didn't even look. It's loading. Hold on. There it is. Yes, the game sound is there because the train just drove under me. I don't know if you noticed, but I've been trying to get these damn sidings to work, and they're not. The double sidings are not working. So I thought, you know, the trains keep piling up here on this siding. I'll add a second siding. You see it's green? The trains should be smart enough to know to go to the right. They are not. I thought, well, maybe this is a situation for a pathing signal. No, the pathing signal does not work. So let's get rid of the pathing signal, and I want to see another train come. I don't know where one is. But that was what I was doing the last time I was in here, was trying to get these like double sidings to work. Are you beyond this signal? Yes. So here's the new test. That light is red because there's a train sitting there. It's sitting there because there's already one up at the accordion. This light is green. Would a train coming down this track use the extra siding is what I'm trying to figure out. Yes, I did say no. I told them I had the whole thing planned out to make sure that I could get enough rest because it's going to be like midnight before I am able to pick them up at the airport, and then they want to be up and gone at like 7 a.m. Which means I have to be out of the bus at 6. Which means I have to get up no later than 5:30. So yes, I told them no. Ooh, excuse me. So yes, returning to Satisfactory. I have been trying to get the geyser trains to cooperate. You can still see them. They're not red right now, but they're sitting there in a line. Because there's like too many trains on the track, and I've been trying to figure out how to get these, if I can even get these double sidings to work. Because I have another one of these at the other end of the track. That's entirely dependent on any of these 3 idiots getting back to me where I am right now. That are all just sitting there in a line. I don't know why they're even sitting there. Why are you sitting there? Why can I not select you and teleport to you? That would be extraordinarily handy. I have God mode on. Let me do it. These guys are trained there. Holy crap, there's so many of them. I don't know why these aren't moving. It concerns me. Because I think this one's at the last station. They're all just sitting there. It's not live. It's Satisfactory. Satisfactory update. Nope, that's a coal train. I have all three of these trains and they're sitting there and they're not moving, which makes me think that they're all stuck again. So we're gonna have to go out there manually because I still don't have any teleportation gates set up. Oh, now we've got flashing lights. Yep. So this has been what I was working on at the end of my last stream. Because what they're doing is I tried to make the double sidings, but they're lining up one behind each other and they're not using the extra siding that's supposed to allow them the extra lane. I'm trying to figure out how to tell them use the second track. And they are being uncooperative. In fact, I'm gonna openly admit this. I ended that last stream at like, it was after like 7 my time, right? Needed to get to bed for work the next morning. Because it was what, last Sunday was the last time I was able to stream. And I'm sitting there and I'm watching the one I just left with the path signal on it. And the path signal didn't work, which it never has. And I'm like, well, shit. So I ended up fucking around with it for another half hour off stream, trying to get the signals to work. Trying to find a way to make the AI pathing be like, oh yeah, use the second track. Oh, hey, that's untapped. I'll grab that on the way by. Thank you. Hang on. Was work again. Bless his heart. He calls me up and he says, there's no way you could do both of your routes on Monday, could you? Like, absolutely not. I don't want to do the morning route, much less both of them, and then do the trip to Utah. 1 second. I gotta send a text message. Okay. We're having fun. We're having fun. We're having fun. They seemed like they really wanted me on this trip, but they have not been adequately prepared to cover my school route in my absence. And that's despite the 2 additional drivers that just started like last week. All right, so this is where the other split is, the double split. And there isn't even anybody in the double split. What are we doing, guys? I'm going to preemptively delete that path signal. That is not long enough for a train. Cool. Okay, well, while everything is stuck, yeah, an overly tired driver isn't great for anyone. Alright, so this isn't where they were even stuck. Probably leave that there. It doesn't matter, delete it. Okay, so you won't go into the station because that one's still in the station. Oops, I'm stuck on a bridge. You won't leave the station because you've got traffic in front of you. You can't go forward because there's traffic in front of you. See how long I extended this double track to try and get around this. You can't move forward because somebody's up here. Another thing about being a good driver is I can't be in 2 places at once, much as they often seem to think I can be. You're stuck. Okay, I see the problem. That one won't leave the station because it sees this being on the same track. God, loops would make this much easier. How many trains do I have on this freaking track? Okay. 6, 7, 8 trains. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stops. I have too many trains. There's too many trains on this track. This is not going to solve the problem, however, because they're all bunched together. They're not spread out. Because one of those other trains is about to come up and occupy that same spot, and then this one won't pull out. There it is. I haven't. But apparently 8 trains to 8 stations is too much. That's what we're learning. I need the signals and the stations to keep the trains separate, and then they seem to flow fine, because they're working okay on my other tracks. But to have this many trains on one track needs... I think it just needs to be looped. The fact that it runs back on itself is the problem here. More than anything. Needs more down. try and create some separation of space and see if I can get it to be more cooperative. But I might just end up with more stacking. Okay, I got it at the last second. It's like, take me with you! Because, like, the Iron Line has way too many trains, but the Iron Line is a loop. Because we looped it to solve the exact same problem. That's not the same train. That's the train I was just following. That train is moving. That train is moving. Which means then that train will leave, because I don't think there's another one below this one. So I don't get a chance to see if the extra siding gets used or not. Because there's another train coming now. And it used the same track. There's another one waiting to come up. It's going to go straight into the station. So now have 7 trains to 8 stations on this line. That train used the same track again. E. If this train line didn't dead end on the opposite end of the map from where my base is, I would totally just say, screw it, let's loop it. But it's literally all the way at the end of the map. So I've been trying to fix it without looping it. More sidings, longer sidings, and doubled sidings. I think a huge part of it really is just separation, because when they stack up on top of each other is when it literally just clogs. And when you build a loop, you don't have to worry about that, because all the trains are going in the same direction all the time. They can get slowed down by one another, but they can't outright block one another. And from what I've seen, if I have a normal all the way looped line, I can build sidings at the stations, and then if there's a train in the station, the next train just goes around that station. If it's not programmed to stop there. Everything but over under. So I have different lines stacked, but I don't have like same lines stacked per se. It looks so cool under here when the lights come on. There's another siding there. Okay, I see a train stopped ahead of us. Please go right. 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 Damn it. This is what I don't get. This is where I'm stuck, right? Auto switch there. This light is green. This light is red because there's a train there. Why won't the train's auto pathing send it down that line? I don't understand that. I can't figure it out. I've tried with a signal, I've tried no signal, I've tried a pathing signal. There's a perfectly good extra side in there. I don't know how to tell the game to use it. There's another tanker train right there. So it's going to come up. And it's going to do the same thing. Yeah. I even tried to hit that sign and it just immediately sent it back to that side automatically. So now well, I was going to say, if another train came down this track, it would block it. But, I mean, there's a train right there, right? So it should stop up there because it sees this track is occupied. It should stop before that switch. So that's something. So see, now that one stopped again because this one got priority because I just put that signal there. But it's going to do the same damn thing. So I got to switch that switch, and it switches back. So now these trains are completely boxed in. And another train has lined up back there. Because this won't go to the right. Why? I do not understand. I do not understand why it won't go around. I don't get it. If I manually put it over there, see, if I manually put it over there, it works fine. I think that other train's going to get triggered. Hey, it didn't. Awesome. But they're fucking stacked on this side now. God damn it. Maybe I just say screw it and loop it. I built all the rest of these tracks. I can loop this. And then I can put as many trains on it as I want. Okay, so now the train I put on the right track didn't go. It didn't get a green. They just unwound themselves. That's fascinating. That still doesn't solve the main problem. Is the left lane going to get a green, but not the right? They both got a green. Oh, okay, that time the right-hand one went. See, when they're both red, I would get why this thing would choose, you know, randomly, you know, go left or right. Both lines go to the same place. But when there's one that's already green, why doesn't it stay there? So now this one's going to be stuck again, so I'm going to have to move you. That way this one can proceed. they get greens at the exact same time. There's got to be something with a pathing signal that would work here. There has to be. This feels like the situation where a pathing signal, hello, would work. So like, no, not that button, not that button. I thought that was tab. Oh, that was tab. It's like, wouldn't you put a pathing signal here? What if I just friggin' replace these with pathing signals as well? So, waiting for reservation, waiting for reservation. These ones are just straight up red. Reservation. So what I'm trying to, there has to be a way. I feel like that has to exist. That there's a way to tell inbound trains whether to take the right or the left track. This is a switch. These are pathing signals. And of course, all of my trains have now been released, so I don't know when the next ones are going to come in. They're all going to go to the other end of the track and get stuck down there instead, probably. I need to just set up a camera down there just so I can use teleport. Because I think with the pathing signals, if both of these tracks are empty, it's going to pick a left no matter what. I need trains for data testing. Here's a good question. Which train did I delete? I don't know. E, O, G is still there. H, F, B, C, B, F, H, original, E, G, so this is D. Delta. So I'm going to leave your self-driving off so that you're just parked here, occupying this piece of track. You currently exist to take up space. That's just your purpose here. No idea what the water colors were. I don't think it's that one, because that's sort of like a purplish. Right, so there's no trains in the upper station. I am just stuck here waiting for traffic. Traffic which is, by and large, on the other end of the track. But there are trains coming, because E is on its way right now, but it's a ways out. Followed by H, followed by OG. Actually, no, OG is still headed that way. I don't know which way H is going. I assume H is probably going this way as well. So the only one coming back right now is E. There's E. I want E to come up here and take the right-hand track because it is currently unoccupied and it's a green all the way through to boot. See the path. See the path. Follow the path. Oh, green light. Green light and a right-hand arrow. And it's a left-hand arrow. Fail. Okay. What if the lights at the other end are also pathing lights? What would you do then? Click, please. Nope, they don't work. Why don't they work? Because the block contains stations, because there's a station further up. Because literally the next thing up is a station. I do not know what else to try. Colors are separated. I've tried having those be regular signals instead of blocks or path signals. This is back to the very beginning when I did my very first water train in this game and I couldn't get the sidings to work at all. It seems like it should be very simple. It feels like it should be built in. You just pop down the right signal and then it's like, oh hey, the adjacent track is empty and they both go to the same place. Take the adjacent track that's not occupied. But they consistently do not. Yeah, the water trains was a glitch because the tracks were the same color. That was when we found out about that glitch. That both of the tracks in the siding were registering as the same color, so the game was treating it as one track even when it was two. But that's why I'm sitting in this mode right now. You can clearly see that all three of these lines are separated colors. So the game knows that they're separate tracks. But it's just refusing to treat it like there's an available space. That's interesting. Why are we stopping here? I know there's a train in the station. But the pathing signal has stayed red even though these are all clear. Here comes the other train. Notice how that one went green and that one stayed red. So that time it intentionally told it to go left. But it only told it to go once this other train was clear of the station space. So there's another one coming. What are you gonna do? Because if this one stays red, then this guy can't go, and then the other dude's going to come down and not be able to go anywhere. That's not going to work. I need the computer to know that there's two options here for parking and go into one of them. This isn't going to work. What happens if I delete you? Yeah. 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 I tried to change the switch. It didn't work. Interesting. So they won't allow it to move forward because there's a train up there. Fascinating. Nope, not that. I'm breaking shit now, apparently. Here, let me delete that. You go forward. Now have too many trains here. Delete you. You go forward. That fixed that one, theoretically. So what are you gonna do? I got a green there and a red here. This one's waiting for a reservation. Right? So if it's running in congruency with that one there, what is that one gonna do? Nothing. It's holding the train there. Okay. Why? Why? Great, so now you're just on opposite ends and neither one of you will move. Oh, now you're moving. Okay, where are you going? Turn left again. So now I've got a train waiting. What are you going to do? It's not doing anything. It's just sitting there. No one's moving. And now that's green. But it's still going to go left. that one won't come up. And now it will. It'll go left. It is kind of like the right one doesn't exist, but I can manually put them onto it. They can get onto it. It's connected and working. Because I've had that glitch too, where it's like, oh, the track didn't actually connect. This is bizarre. And I love that it's complicated enough that there's no simple, hey, here's what you need to do, when I've looked online before. Everyone else is like, it doesn't seem to do the thing. That's what that did to the color. Actually, it didn't. That shade's lighter than this one. There's a question on that one. Does it need to be on the switch? Does that make a difference? Because all I did is shorten the block from here to there. Is all I did. run out of trains for a minute. They're all now on the other end. They're on their way to the other end, I guess. I feel like I'm really close to hitting this door. I really do. Here comes a water train. It should get greenlit all the way through. There's nothing in the station. Left again. Excuse me. There's another one. So it's going to have to stop because there's a train up there right now. Left again. The other train is coming out. I get too many trains, and then it's super easy to overload it while I'm troubleshooting. And then the rest of the time, I'm sitting here waiting for anything to stack up. Thank you. Comes another one. That'll go left again. Another one. Left again. again. I feel like the trains have spread themselves out now. Functions similarly, but rather than occupying the entire block, trains can reserve a specific path through it and will only enter the block if their path allows them to fully pass the I don't think the signal in front of me is having any bearing on whether it goes left or right or not. I think this signal is connected to those two signals over there, and it's talking about pathing through this central block, not through those blocks. Fascinating. See, because that one's stopping there. I think that's what's happening. So that one is stopping there because this area up here is occupied, basically. So honestly, the pathing signals work for the bi-directional sections, maybe? Because what it's doing is it's telling the trains to wait at either end of the split, or either end of the combined section. So this section here in the middle is the combined section. So what it's telling it to do is it's telling a train to wait up there at the last siding and then proceed when it can come in here. So this signal has nothing to do with the left or the right. And I can't put another set of block signals further up because I don't want to have a station in the block. At the moment, though, this is working. I'm going to let it run for a bit and see if it starts throwing flags again. Just so we can make some forward progress. I've already been at this for almost 2 hours. Bees. 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 pipes. Okay, uranium, bauxite, crude, coal, sulfur, quartz, geyser. I don't remember how far down I got. I know I came back to geyser. I think we already fixed quartz. Did we do sulfur? I'm gonna say we did sulfur because it's got 6 trains. But did we? Yeah, I remember going through Dimsdale. We did sulfur. I think coal was next. No! Grab the train! Coal has already been looped. So coal should be good. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, there's already 7 coal trains. And it's already been looped. So we're just going to ride it once around the track and look for bottlenecks. While that's running, I'm going to go turn my other fan on. I'll be right back. Not going on. Glad I'm not doing anything today or tomorrow because my back is very much like you did what with a shovel yesterday? This is the second mucho mango I've had today. It's so good. Really close to that track. Ooh, 3 trains on this bridge at once. Nice. That is not within that signal. Interesting. I don't think that's an issue. It just means if an express train came up behind it trying to go around it, it wouldn't be able to get through here. It would have to wait a previous signal. Fortunately, it's not like pain yet. It's just stiff. And of course, my health app this morning was like, you need to manage your stress. Thank you for telling me the same thing about it. Thank you, Frank. See, the sidings work really well with the stations. Because if you've got a train that's not programmed to stop at the station, it automatically switches to the other track and just goes around the station. I haven't had any problems with the game with doing that. There goes one now. That's an express train on the same track. On the same line. Ugh. Station 123. decided to come and check out the heated cabinet next to my office desk. Again. Alright, so I think we're loaded, and now we're going to go all the way back to base. Because now we're taking the sidings. So, like, there was no train in that station that I saw, and it was still like, hey, you don't have to stop at that station. Let's go around it. And it just went. Train at this station. Hacker! I like those belts running along the ceiling. Looks cool. Audio glitch going on? Okay, it stopped. Right. The coal train is perfectly good. What about you? This is, I still haven't, this is crude oil. Oh, wow. Did you see that? Oh, get off the train. It went right through that. That is... I have to move that. That is a potential collision point. This is an interesting view. Also, I sort of left myself here, so now I'm going to have to... Oh, well, there's an oil train going the other way. So the oil train is one of those ones that's really weird. I remember that. There's like an audio glitch in the train noise. Oh, look, I caught up. So they have sidings between the stations. Set up. But I think they need to have them around the stations because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 stations on 4 trains. And right now, like the OG train is doing 1 and 2. 2 is doing 1 and 2. 3 is doing 1, 2, and 3. And 4 is doing C, 1, and 2. Okay, so it's A, B, and C. I wasn't paying attention to that part. So 2 is 1 and 2. OG is 1 and 2. 3 is B, 1, 2, and 3. And 4 is C, 1 and 2. So what I'm going to need to do is put bypasses on every single station so that the trains that aren't assigned to stop here can go around it. Please. We're back with the Zupening. El Zupo. These sidings need to be long enough that a train can fit in the station. And for another train to then go around the station. Big stretch, big stretch, big stretch. Fit. So, like, I think that one's short. And I hate the way that looks. Actually, I could probably just do that. Nope, still looks terrible. Alternatively, that looks better. This is the return side. Wait, to return? Issue with that. I need express passing lanes, but I also need bidirectional passing points, which should already exist between the stations. But if I make these passing points bidirectional, then I can end up with a situation where the trains going head to head with each other. Bugger. I wish I knew where this loop ended. I really, 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 really wish there was a way I could toggle the lines, the rail lines onto this map and see where the rail lines are. Damn it, that's not where I wanted that. Because if I do that, then every train has to go through through the station anyway. And returning traffic would get to bypass the station. Cool. It's like right there. It's enough. This one's green, but boy, is that freaking close. So comes the question, could I have a second? Could I have a second split? Weird. That way, 2 in one direction and 1 in the other direction. It's a triple bypass. So 1 return line that's free and clear no matter what. 2 through lines, 1 that requires to stop at the station, 1 that bypasses the station. Will it work? Or will I have just made it a bunch worse again? I can't see a color change. One one's yellow. One one's a darker green. There's a return train doing what it's supposed to do. I'm hearing an audio glitch in the train sounds. There's a repeating noise they keep making. It's just like non-stop. Someday my train will come. There's some picture right here. Cute. I am a giant. There are like 3 oil trains going in. Here we go. I think that'll work. Let's go to the next station, and then we'll have to do it again. Triple bypass. But I'm going to try and double up the trains on this track just because I can. I've got some pretty good sidings in between the stations. I do remember trying to set that up so that each station has sidings between them for trains to pass one another. seems extraordinarily cheatsy. I like it. Nice. So we're going to have one line into the station. One line to bypass the station. One line for returns. Returns. Bypass. Through. They're all nice, different colors, sort of. That? That was the wrong track. How did it do that? That was the wrong track. You go that way, and then you go that way. But I'm concerned, because all of this appears to be the same shade of blue. It works, question mark? I'm gonna redo these just because I want to. I think it's good. I don't really know what's up with the colors, but the signals are operating correctly. So I'm going to say that that's good, and I'm going to move on to the next station. Cool. Oh yeah, that works. Why are you mad? Loops into itself. Based on what principle? Well, that's Why are you stuck? You've got a green. I see that you're mad at me. Why are you mad at me? Go. It doesn't want to go. This one wants to loop back. I see. So what this one needs, because I have reached the end of where it goes, it wants a second one here. So that it can just back out. Well, that doesn't work. You idiot. I don't think that I don't know if that will work. Because it's not clever enough to be like, oh, I should go back the way I came. What station is this? This is 3. One goes to 1, 2, and 3. 2 goes to 1, 2. 1 and 2, and that's it. Oh, and 3. It's on its way here. Three does B1 and 2. And 4 does C1 and 2. So 2 of the trains just dead end here, is what you're telling me. Ow. So theoretically, with this bypass in place, I can just delete this track entirely. Theoretically, any train coming up would just bypass on this. Okay. So the station, I don't need this one. I do need that one. That means I can't double that up, though, because without path signals, those trains could get backed up where one ends up directly behind the other coming up here, and it wants to go into the station, and the other one wants to come out of the station, and end up head-to-head right here. Neither one able to go. Okay. So alternatively, I can use the signals to force a loop in. This will come back. To there. You put the signal facing this way here, and then you delete that one. I need to have another one there and get rid of that one. So theoretically, that would tell the train, you just make the loop and go back. You don't U-turn. Of course, I need some trains to appear in order to test that theory. Use some game music right about now. Okay. Train in the station in question. How's that for good timing? Somewhere on the track, there's 4 trains. Just saw one. Okay, somebody's coming. And it went into the station? Not the train I expected. Where are the rest of these trains? Somebody's coming because the light just turned red again. Okay. I think I got it. I think. I would like to try and add one train for each set on this one. There's 4 right now. So that would make it like as many as... That would make it more. Okay, so the next station I should just be able to do a normal triple bypass, and then the station after that is going to require a loop. Here's a siding and there's the station. Not a lot of room here. Why are you like that? Very specifically, why does this one dip like that? This one's the return. That one would theoretically be the bypass. Two in and one back. Is that long enough for a train? It does not look long enough for a train. I might need to extend it. That looks long enough. Those two down there are red, so something must be coming. Or going. Okay. Comes an oncoming train. Which did not take the bypass. This went straight through the station. Granted, there wasn't anything parked in the station, but still. Interesting. There's no bypass. There's one right there. Creature is in the way. F you. I just wanted to hit you and I blew up a bunch of trees. That's your fault, not mine. Standing in the way of progress. So this is a station that needs a loop. So this needs a light. Here, if it goes that way. And then this gonna get looped back in. that track goes up, and this track goes back. Extra one there for good measure. And then that station has a loop back. Oil B2. Train 3 goes to, oh, there's 3 Bs. Ah, crap. This was not the station to loop. The next station is the station that needs to be looped. Bugger. It's fine. Just hook that back up. We still have a station line, a passing line, and a return. So it's fine. I'm glad I checked that. Gonna have to take a break soon and go feed my cats. Whoop. So the next station up needs a loop. A loop and a bypass. I think this station has it. Because this is the double station that's fucking crazy as shit. The stacked station. So there is not a loop here. But because there's no signals, that train will just come back out the way it came in. Okay. So for bypass, I literally just need to turn this sucker around and get it up there. No, I don't, because I need the next train to be able to go into the station above. So I need to come down here and tack some shit outside of this building. I would like my zoom, please. Zoop. Oh, there's an interesting curve. I did not ask for. So if we're headed towards the station, I guess I could just actually just put a signal there just to separate the station from the other one. Because that's our bypass. If I don't put any signals on this piece of track that I'm staring at right there, then I don't need a loop. That train will just automatically turn around and go back the way it came. So I can theoretically just come down here. Well, I could just remove that if I want to. Because the train coming that's going to C station at the top will simply take this bypass and go around it to the top. Irregardless of it, well, not irregardless if there's a train. If there's a train in there, then it considers this whole piece of track all the way up the hill occupied. That's the issue. So maybe I can loop it off of this side, just so that that way I have the bypass capability actually available. How do I make you behave? I know I can't have a triple weight. It'll let me place it there, but it doesn't seem like it's capable of doing a triple junction. That's offset a little bit, so that might work. So what we want is this. This. And then we have to get the other end connected, and it would be a loop. And what I don't need anymore is this. So there's our loop. Train comes through and can turn around. Head back the way it came. If there's a train in there and one for C train shows up, then it just goes around and goes straight to the top. And there are no more stations than C, so I can just make sure that there's like return bypasses probably for C. So for instance, if I come down here, and do that, it smells like rain. Do that with it. Then that is a return bypass for C. So a train coming back on C can just ignore that station completely and head straight back up that hill. It took till 5:30, but I do finally smell some rain. There's no bypasses at all in here for trains going in opposite directions to pass one another. I'm going to need to put at least one in somewhere. In fact, right about here is actually a pretty good spot for one. Not that way. Because if I'm going to add trains to this route, they have to be able to get by each other. I know those two are blue, but I don't think it's an issue. Because this is the line that's going to go down and across that here. Oh, look, there's a crossover here. Okay, good. Now there's two of them. Not a crossover, but a siding, but still. I can't have signals in here. That's going to confuse it. I was trying to separate it from that one. Maybe? Because those are the same colors, but they shouldn't be close enough. I think the game has run out of colors. They shouldn't be close enough to interact. How'd you pull that out? Put it away. Okay, so I'm going to add trains. I should probably go back to the side. Because I would hate to put a train down in that station while the track is actually occupied. That would be problematic. Put that away. Stop it. Every time I accidentally hit the scroll wheel on my mouse, it brings that out. All right. Speaking of, this is missing a signal. There's one on this end. Not one on that side. Really? Really? Pain in the ass. It's because the track is too far into the ground. One. Oh, the locomotive's backwards. Not that. Okay, let's get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Whoops. Oh, wait, no, I needed one more. Give it back. 9. 10. How do I have these? I've crude 2, and crude 3. So crude oil train is 1, 2, 3. Excuse me. Oh dear. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10. Crude oil train 2. Crude B1, 2, 3. Save. Start. Two, 3. Didn't rain much. It's shiny and sunny outside. I lost count. Where was I? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you'd be crude oil train 3 again. You go to C1 and C2. Playing with my trains. these things want to stop, they can do all right. F. Go. Alright, we're gonna ride it back. See if there's any obvious issues. Now that I've added 4 trains to the route. So I've doubled the number of trains. So in these outer stretches, there shouldn't be any issues. Closer into the base, it's going to start being too much traffic because a couple of those trains only go to and from the base in the first couple stations, so they're going to be causing traffic. They'll never, because of the way this is set up, they'll never have a chance to really space themselves out anytime the trains from further out come in. know that that's one. I haven't seen a single other train yet. And we're one station away from base. Okay, now we're braking. I think we found an issue. I think I just sent 4 trains simultaneously and told them all to go to the main base at the same time. Uh-huh. You can't go forward because there's one in this side, and you can't go forward because there's 2 trains waiting in the other direction. Fortunately, these are pretty long sidings, so I'm going to try and make some space so that they can kind of come up. I really need this one to go next. Okay, if I manually control that one. that worked. Make some space in the outbound side. Hopefully once that one's pulled up, this one will go out. Yes. Nice that I had some nice long sidings there. Okay, while that is waiting for traffic, I'm going to go and feed my cats, and I will be back in a couple minutes. That's our fate. And I see we pulled up to the front spot. That we have another train waiting behind us. The traffic down here is my main concern, is that I think it's going to be possibly a bit overloading with the number of trains all trying to get through here at the same time. Wish it had rained. It smells good in here. Today was supposed to be like a really wet day. Scattered thunderstorms. According to the forecast, the rain's basically done. Done and gone. Everything that we were going to get, we got. Signaling problem? You get this far, and now you're going to tell me there's a signaling problem. You literally pulled it forward. I mean, I don't know what you... You're supposed to still be trying to get to home base. I don't understand why all of a sudden that's impossible. You pulled forward. There's nothing else up here except the main station. I'm not sure how that constitutes a signaling problem. I think I might put another siding under here so that there's extra space for them to pass one another. Maybe. Successfully docked. How about you? The way is clear. All of them worked except for the one that I was in. And I don't know why that one all of a sudden stopped. There was nothing in front of it, and then it's just like, signaling problem. What do you mean, signaling problem? Swanky brakes. Good sound effects. Wow, there's an image. Hi! That light's red. Means we have a locomotive coming in to stack up. However, he now occupies all of the space between here and that next station, so any other train coming this way would stop at the station. So this one gets here, and then one on the right will go off into the station, correct? Then this one pulls forward. And that one pulls forward. Once it's pulled far enough forward, then this one should go. Green light. Okay, I think crude is good to go. It's a little wonky, but I think it's good to go. Hey, can I hitch a ride with you? It's just fast. Thanks, bye! Puppies. Puppies. Where am I? How about the water train? That's where. So, that should be... I'm falling again. Oh, I definitely don't want to fall here. I'm going to get run over by another truck. That would be hilarious. So I'm assuming for now that crude is done. Next is bauxite. Alright, bauxite has 1 train right now on 7 stations. Okay, well, we're gonna make a big change to that. Let's go. Turn the colors on so I can follow the track easier. Squiggly. Oh, look, a train. That won't hurt me. I'm on the side of it. I am on the train. Oh. I am being violently moved around on the train. Let's go. I don't know if I can stay on this, but let's go. Oh. Oh. Ooh. I'm not 100% sure what I'm even standing on. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, this is different. Yep, this is a new one. Didn't know I could do this. All right, first station. I'm gonna have to get off the train. I didn't know playing chicken with the train would put me on the train. And I'm like 2 cars down from the locomotive that I ran head first into. So it's like I went through the locomotive and through 2 cars and got stuck here. Okay. So what we're going to do on this one is we're just going to build return bypasses. Well, that's ugly as hell. I still hate it. It needs to be lower. Is that enough room? No. Oh, there's a red train. It is very much definitely not enough room. And frankly, that doesn't seem much better. Why are you going under it like that? That's not a connection. You insane weirdo. See, I gotta remember to look and make sure it puts up one of those little track switch signs, because otherwise it didn't actually attach. Okay. That should be plenty long enough. All right, to the next station. Which appears to be right there. That's convenient. blew up a tree unnecessarily. I blew up a tree unnecessarily. Next station. Hello! Don't need another free ride right now. Thank you. Ah. This is an interesting ride platform I have here. I need a ramp. Ramp. A ramp. A ramp. And a ramp, and a ramp, and a ramp, ramp, ramp. I remember building this and trying to get up here was a real pain in the butt. Now I can do that, and it's prettier. Ta-da! Next! And this is smoother. I'm thinking of putting about 6 trains on this when it's done. Oh, look, there's another station literally right there. How about that? Indeed, how about that? Ding. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Since you're faster, I'm going to follow you. Take me to the next station, please. The final station. Perfect. So I'll put a siding like out here somewhere, and or do I even need one after what I just did? I don't know. Let me go further back. I could put a loop in, and that would like force. Be sort of like forcing in a siding. I don't know if that's necessary. I was taking 6 trains, but there's only 7 stations, and I did just create a stack point. So let's just put the other 5 trains on. You get to be pink. You get to be pink. Congratulations, you are now Bauxite 2. What is the other one called? Bauxite train? Yeah. Bauxite B train. Do 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 do. Save. Launch. Pink. Pink. Site C train. That's 3 of them. Save. Launch. Pink. Pink. Looks like D train. Launch. So that's 4. Pink. Pink. That's 5. Press it up in pink. This. You are the box 8F train. I see you guys lined up over there, and I don't appreciate it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Save. Go. Unreachable. Why is it unreachable? I did the same thing I did on the other trains. What is happening? Are these suckers not connected? Somehow they're not. Great. Okay, fine. Be like that. There's no easy way, apparently, to connect this shit. The next stop's unreachable because there's a train in the way. And the rest of them are all completely stuck. So that's fantastic. Bauxite. It's not typing. Bauxite. F. Save launch. And since they're all completely stuck, I have to jump back to base so that I can fix it. Fortunately, I have a fantastic area in which to do it. Oh, look, a train. That was interesting timing. I'm gonna break some shit. It's gonna be fine. See flashing on my HUD. There's a lot of lag down here. If I look at the wrong part of the base, I get so much lag. All those red engines. And flashing yellow. We got stacked up way down. I think if I can just get them moving, they'll be fine, but I gotta get them moving first. And right now, they're all stacked up on one another. I'm train's trying to go in and train's trying to go out. So if I snag you... Back to the siding I just built. Get up! The nice thing about them all being lit up in red is I can see from here that they're moving. Convenient use of that glitch. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. You can select an item, and then you can make it into a filter, so that the only thing you would delete is that thing and nothing else. If you were selecting, like, a bunch of shit. Should be able to turn self-driving back on this one. Nice. Which train did I grab? B. You know, given all the shit I went through with the geyser trains, something that seems to be far more effective than trying to do like multiple sidings or whatever is just longer sidings where it's one-way traffic stacking. Because clearly the game pathing is not designed where they can like use multiple lanes unless they're programmed to bypass like a station or something. I have a whole lot of base to look at, yes. There's a specific section that chews up the frames. Tree in the upper right corner of the screen that's freaking out a bit. I feel like I've sort of taken Satisfactory and turned it into train simulator. Custom build your own trains. On sale now. Raven found the heated cat bed. She is curled up good in it. Get a kick every now and then. I look up at the HUD at the top of the screen, And almost all of the pins now are just trains moving around. There's so many of them. The penultimate station. A little hump up and over that rock there. Last station. Box 86. The one with the view. And what a view. Alright, so we'll ride it back, and it should be good to go. Ugh, excuse me. Got a little bit of this mango left, and then I think I'm going to get some caffeine. Life in Motion is a game that is mostly stationary. You're not wrong. By the time I'm done, and I've only got a couple routes left to go, anywhere you go and everywhere you look, there are trains. Constantly coming and going, there are trains. Which makes me giggle. I think it's funny. I don't know why. It's very amusing to see all of these trains constantly moving all over the place. And they're all full of stuff. Which was kind of the idea to begin with, was that there would be such an overload of raw materials coming into the base that I would never be without. It has definitely been interesting trying to get the efficiency to work, but we've learned some things. Ooh, that was a hard break. Longer sidings are more effective than multiple sidings. Path signals suck. Avoid them at all costs. Loops are your friend instead of straight tracks. Hmm. There's not enough room between the end of that train and my light. I have to sit here and wait while it loads. But I think color coding the trains was a very good idea to help keep track of what goes where. And I have so many train stations that eventually need to be finished. I could potentially spend a couple days playing this game just, quote-unquote, finishing train stations, since they're all partially built. I've got warning lights on the top of the screen again. But whose warning lights is the question? It's the crude oil trains. Okay. About those crude oil trains. First off, let me get rid of some humps. A little bit smoother. So note to self, bauxite is done. Let's go look at crude. Since all of the trains are stuck on crude again. I was afraid of this happening. It's too many trains collecting at the end of the route. Because that's what's happened. Is it's completely filled this double siding that I made, and then some. We've got an extra train that's trying to come out of the base. You guys all trying to go in. Other one's trying to come out. I want to grab you. Not you. But the train that's coming wants to go where this one now is. Hold on, I gotta move it more. Oh, apparently it doesn't. It wanted to go around. Unfortunately, the final siding being down in that gorge makes this really awkward to try and extend. Might be able to extend it on the other end. I don't have room on this end to really put it anywhere because of that giant water platform that I just went past. So if I do this, there isn't a lot of room here either. I'm just gonna have to break some stuff. No room there either. Needs to go up. going to need to kind of cheatsy some of this. Stick that in the wall. Of course that doesn't go. That is. Connection reestablished. Everybody pull up, everybody pull up, pull up. This is the sightings are your friend test. That's not far enough from that one anyway. Where are the other ones? There's one. I'm sure this will be fine. Still have a quartz train? I have a quartz train that's stuck. Quartz trains, plural. You know, you think you fix one. Zero in on these quartz trains. Found them. All right, what do we got? We got one trying to get into the station, one that's in the station, one that's trying to bypass the station, one that's trying to get out of the station, and the one that's trying to get out of the station can't because there's another one right here trying to go around on the outside. Solution. Extend the overtake. So you, sir, need to move back. Click, please. Thank you. I got her off the ground right before I got run over by a train. Okay. So we put the track split here. So you're gonna have to back up so that you can go. And then that'll leave room here. Oops, I deleted the wrong one. It's fine. It's fine, thank you. So now there's room for additional trains on this siding and that one. Delete that, it's not attached to anything. And we'll hop in here and back up. Train pulls up. We're going to go to the left. I'm going to turn the self-driving back on and hop out. You're going to go down that track, and then this one's going to go. And then there's another oncoming train that's in the station that can go. Oh, and then this color, this one's red. Well, I fix that one here. It's one of the oil trains. Should have been enough. There's one that's in the station right now. It's pulling out of the station. But that should fix that bottleneck. Again. Hi. Just want to see a slight tingling is all. There we go. Yeah, longer sidings are definitely your friend in this game. As long as I'm here, I'm going to do this. Really? If you don't move, I'm coming back with dynamite. Concerns about these cosmic rocks. They look very... They look very diggable. They shouldn't be. But they look very diggable. It should just be piles of rocks. A little smoothing. Okay. So that's good for now. We're going to go back to the base. Here's pink. Pink was bauxite. Next is uranium because it's green. So we're so close to the end. I don't think uranium's going to be that hard. I should check and see how many stations I'm dealing with. I don't think there's very many on this one. It's one of the rarest materials in the game. Oh. Well, I have one train and... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stations. Is it A and B because it's double-ended? Yes, it's A and B because it's double-ended. Okay. So there are technically 6 stations. I'm not exactly lacking for uranium. I'm thinking 3 trains would probably be adequate for this. I'm sure, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that this shit's probably pretty damn full. That one's completely empty. 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 Are those attached to things? Oh, yeah, they are. We got boxes up here with nothing in them. Okay. So, the answer to the question is yes, I'm using uranium. Right? That's the answer that we're coming up with here? Yes. Okay, so let's call that at least 4 trains of uranium. Oh my goodness. Okay, thank you. Uranium, uranium, uranium. I actually kind of know where the stations are on this one. So, the problem is I've made the stations double-ended. At least a couple of them are double-ended. Which means that trains are having to stop at them in both directions. So I can't put bypasses around those stations, but I will need to put sidings between the stations. Okay, so this dude here is a one-way. So we're gonna clean this up. And this is a little short shit station. So I don't really want to interfere with the bridge. So I'm going to have to make a weird little loopy-loop over here to act as a passing lane. That's probably still not long enough. Did I just see an arrow on my overhead? No. Probably only need to be a little longer. Maybe, yeah, kinda, sorta. Just because of the train being in the station, but, like, I could make it work. So that's a bypass there. The next station is bi-directional. Welcome to the tallest, highest, longest bridge that I have built. And it was one of my first ones. I've gotten a lot better since then at building ridiculous bridge spans. And I could come back and I could kind of fix this, but, you know, it's got character. I like it. You can tell that it was like a first attempt or an early attempt. And it's fun to ride across. Almost there. So this station gets you coming and going. And then you go down the spiral immediately afterwards. Which needs to have the track smoothed out, so bear with me. I'm not redoing the whole spiral, I'm just going to put in some angles to level this out a bit and make it a little less like a Bronco when you're riding it. Not a practical place to put a railroad or a station, but okay, grab some ramps. Yeah, it's definitely a progress indicator of some kind. Here's a good question. I made this spiral particularly wide. I might be able to put a passing siding on the spiral itself. Maybe. It's going to be a little awkward. So, I'm thinking might be able to do that. Oh. Yeah, it'll let me. So the inside's going to be vaguely steeper. Well, not vaguely, a lot steeper. So I'm thinking the steeper side should be down. This would be probably the most terrifying train ride in the entire game. See, because it doesn't even want to do it there. The track is too steep. Woo! Blue! Alright, let's see if we can make this work. When I first built this particular spiral, it was my first one, and I didn't know how steep or how tight I could make it. Look at that! Double helix! Alright, so I want the inside to be down and the outside to be up. And quite frankly, I don't want a train going up to stop. I want it to go all the way into the station. So if I leave the light at the bottom, I don't know if that's too steep for a train to stop or not. I actually don't know. I wouldn't want a train. I really wouldn't want a train coming up to have to stop. But if it's acting as a siding, if there's a train, well, no, if a train has gone down the hill, once it's past this sign, it would tell a train at the bottom it can go ahead and start up. Why don't I leave it like this for now? We'll see how it works. And we'll just go ahead and move on to the next one. Wrong button. Wrong button. Right button. Shadows on the ground there going on. Up to the next hill. This is the Bronco Hill because there's like 4 or some train lines and they all need to be smoothed out. want you to go round, around, around. Oh, you stupid shit. Damn it. That was the wrong friggin' button. Damn it. Come here. Go. Okay. For that to have two, but whatever. Zoop! Zoop, and I tell you to. Well, that wasn't wide enough. There we go. Okay, I love how those are both instantly broken. I'm sure that's fine. Yeah. Why is that broken? It loops into itself, huh? Why? Why do you say this thing? Huh. Okay. I don't know. Maybe they're too close to the switch or something. So this is another one of the bi-directional uranium stations, so I can't put a bypass on it. And then there's another loop. And this one's already double occupied. But it still needs the angles put on it. And those things really make a noise when they get going. This works. It'll be the first triple. I would like to point out that I'm not the first person to figure out that spirals are some of the easiest ways to handle these damn cliffs. Extra fun and color. Nice. Ah! Still really like this bridge. And another spiral that needs to be improved. Apparently when I did that, I cut the power. It's fine. I was thinking of double helixing this one too, but the bridge pillars make that actually kind of hard. So instead, I will make a siding here. Oh, hi. You're screaming right along. That thing came in with some speed. I heard that screaming, and I'm like, what in the heck? All right, this is a one direction station. But also the end of it sort of fills the cave. It's not a lot of room. That's the wrong way. It needs to go. So that can just have a normal bypass on it. I think there's 2 stations left. Okay, that looks like a standard station as well, so that can have a straight bypass put on it. It has a loop-de-loop. Oh well. This is the end of the line. No, just the one. Wait a little hump, but I like that better. All right. So, to do this correctly, question mark, I need to copy what the one train that's already here already does. Since a couple of the stations are bi-directional. So there's one train already. I see. So it does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3B, 2B. That actually shouldn't be too hard to replicate. All right, let's put some trains down. What is the other one called? Just uranium train? Well, this is the uranium B train. Congratulations. Okay, so uranium 1, 2A, 3A, 4, 5, 3B, 2B. And after 2B, it goes back to Monroe Falls to Erie. Good luck! Accidentally painted some of the floor. It's fine. I think I'm only going to do maybe 4 of these trains. 1, 2A, 3A, 4, 5, 3. No, not A. 3B, 2B. Save, go. This is D. Uranium 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 2. Save and go. Alright, we gotta ride it through and make sure that everything is working. That definitely makes the spirals a lot smoother if you're riding. Gets rid of that bucking bronco thing. Tiger! Triple spiral! Well, we hit a red light going uphill. This isn't super steep, which is why I chose the outside line to be the uphill. So it should be okay. The OG is coming at me. Yeah, that's what I meant, Pouncy. The ramps make it just smoother and more enjoyable all the way around. I mean, the train obviously doesn't really care. But for, yeah, riding it, so much more pleasant. This one's going to be a little more intense because we're going down. Which means we're going faster. And we're at the bottom. This hill is way smoother. Until you get to right there. Catching up to that train in front of us. We're going to hit a red light, I think, at the bottom of the next spiral. Yep. This one's a lot steeper, so it'll be interesting to see how it handles it. That's an interesting view with the space station above it. Should clear any time. This is the one where the train at the top has to clear the station before the train at the bottom will go up. Oh, not only does it have to clear the station, it has to get all the way across there before it will clear. Man, think about that. I don't know if there's room there for them to pass each other. I tried to make sure that there was. I could also, the bridge is wide enough, I could also just put 2 tracks all the way across the bridge. I could. Maybe I should. Okay, that one's starting to move. I need the other one to move past it. I don't think it's going to. I don't think there's enough room. They're sitting there. They're sitting there like on top of each other. This one hasn't moved at all. Okay, we found our flaw. So I'm gonna make this one go up the hill. Okay, so I am going to go ahead. That thing went up the hill like a dream. So I am going to go ahead and put another signal here for the uphill side. So, we're going to try to upgrade the viaduct to 2 tracks all the way across. Better with me. Man, I got some trains below me that are stuck again. What are you? The crude trains. The crude trains are stuck next to that station. Well, that felt inevitable. Okay, well, that's also a problem. Fix one thing, break another. Sightings are your friend. That is what we have learned. Sightings are your friend. Long sightings. Excuse me. Cannot disable or disassemble with vehicles on it. Understood. Oh, and I see the problem here is I simply forgot to put signals in. That's fantastic. Well, what's done is done. Okay. Foundations. It's a 1, not a 2. Mm, this is going to be a little bit funky. My issue is if the tracks are too close, as we well know, the game will consider them to be one track. So I gotta try and have them as wide apart as possible. Does that outside line do anything structural as far as the animation for the train? Or is it just like the edge? It's kind of like an edge. Okay. So I can put that kind of into the wall and it won't be weird. It won't be excessively weird. Try to keep it straight. Or at least mostly straight. We might do inventory. No, that's fine. I don't know what I'm holding this grass. I didn't click. Come here. Coming up on the halfway point. There's the halfway point. Three-quarters of the way there. And now we go back. Okay, then. Well, that's what you get for deciding to go on your own, I guess. I didn't tell you to go. I connected the track and you decided to go on your own. I need to get those oil trains running again because that's affecting my fuel and my plastic production. I'm guessing she probably would have thought it was terrifying. The Astoria Bridge that we go over all the time in Washington, my bestie hates that bridge. Just because of how high it is. This bridge, if it were real, is like world record setting height. It's like ridiculously tall. Yeah, see how these are the same color? So despite everything, the game is treating them as... Can you freaking cross... Oh. Over. So yes, the game sees these as the same track. So I will have to endeavor to correct that. And that was with me trying to spread them as wide as I could. Oh, I know why it says they're the same track. I don't need to put signals all the way across. Hold on. I'll just put some in the middle. Put some there. What I need to do is put them at the end. That's why they're showing up as the same. Need one there. One there. And that becomes one thing, and this becomes everything else. So I'm going to go delete some of those signals, and I will go fix the oil trains. Then I'll come up here and fix these trains. I need to get the oil trains moving again. I'm gonna leave those two in. Okay. So that should fix that. And now the viaduct has 2 lanes. Which, for the size of this bridge, kind of fills it out nicely. So what we need to do is go down here and deal with this crap. A very good first place to start would be to connect this bypass and this siding. So the way I'm going to do that is by going under. Oh, well, that needs to be bi-directional. Crap. Put you there. Grab this. Shove it into that. So, unfortunately, at the moment, that doesn't fix the problem. but it will give a little more space. So you're trying to go up. The one behind you is trying to go this way as well. They can't because you want to go down and you want to go forward. You can't go forward because there's another one there trying to go the other direction. And then you've got a U-turn here who can't go that way because that one's in the way. Long sidings are your friend. Only 2 of you, I think, go into this station. He's tried to go forward like 3 times and has failed every time. It's your time to shine, bud. Go, 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 go! The 2 trains on that bridge at the same time, that would be pretty cool. Sorry, I'm a little slow on the comments at the moment. Okay, that's 3 trains that are using that section. That station. Okay. I think that's fixed again. The whole map is moving because of all... These are almost all trains. There's a couple trucks up here, which I don't even know if they're shown. And then there's some drones that are just stuck in holding patterns because they almost never do anything. But it's almost all trains. All right, let's go fix this. I love how every time I get close to a train, it has to hiss at me. Where the heck did the locomotive go on that end? Here, this one's there. I can fix it with that. Right, so this is the one that I was was manually controlling. Hold on, I want to turn the autopilot back on in this one. And then I'm going to back up. Look at him riding his brakes down that spiral.
You've got mail.
That is a harsh stop. This is a loaded train, and that was a hard task to get it to kind of come back up to the light. Quat Quatiob? I don't know how to pronounce your name. Quat Riob. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I was expecting one of these trains to move, but I think there's one stuck at the bottom. Yeah. It's a little bit dangerous, but I think it's going to be pretty slow going up the spiral. So I'm hoping that once he clears the light, the other one will go down. He is going to come up and rear-end this train, and I may be about to witness another spectacular accident. Here it comes. And there it goes. Another spectacular accident. Whee! Look at them go! But they can make it up this spiral even, like, fully loaded from the looks of it. So I could put a light halfway up it so that two of them can sit on the spiral and wait. Well, I definitely straightened the track. It's still not perfect, but... the train fell into the abyss, yeah. It was like a flower unfolding. I'm very glad the game does not really punish you for having train accidents. It's just like, re-rail the train. Because the first time it happened, I was like, oh, do I have to like take all of the stuff out of all of the cars, deconstruct them, and then reconstruct them back on the tracks? I honestly thought the game was going to make me do that. And then it's like, re-rail, and I was like, pop, done. Perfect. Awesome. almost 200 kilometers. It just hit 200 kilometers an hour going down that hill. Holy shit. It's funny, the only thing that'll derail one of these trains is them hitting another train. Screaming around corners at 200 kilometers an hour? Totally fine. Alexa, how many miles per hour is 200 kilometers per hour? Yeah, 120 miles an hour. All right, as before, we need to ride it all the way so that we can be sure it does in fact work. So, we're going on another trip. Oh man, that lag when it hits that one spot. See a train way down there to my right. Nope, now I can't see it. Oh, there's another one going the other way. Glad it's a Saturday. It feels vaguely Sunday-ish, in which case I'd be late for bed. Well, normally I'd be late for bed. Because I didn't really do a lot of work yesterday. I didn't drive. Well, I did drive. We did a test drive in my bus yesterday. Since my school was out yesterday, we had me doing an evaluation on one of our drivers for the school, and then after that, I took care of my normal office work. And my new bus has something going on in the transmission, and we've been trying to capture a code on it. So the mechanic one of the mechanics plugged his computer in, and we literally went for a test drive in my newer bus. And I drove around town trying to get the code to kick out of the computer, and did manage to do it. So we have a better idea of what may be the issue with the transmission. And the bright side is it may be as simple as a sensor, which would be fantastic. For the moment, no more flashing warnings. You can tell that this line was built early in the game because the stations don't have station numbers. They just have identifiers. Like 3B instead of station 13, because it didn't start giving me station numbers until I hit, like, was it 30 or 40 or something, when it finally started kicking out station numbers. Yeah, I'll take a sensor over a mechanical issue, because we were starting to think that the problem may have ended up leading to like a transmission rebuild down the road. And if it's a sensor problem that solves it, not only would that be cheaper, or save a ton of time, fix the problem, reduce wear and tear. It's like, sometimes it's really annoying that you have all this technology that can fail, but there are moments where it's like, you know, I'm glad that the sensor failed and not the actual transmission. But we don't know for sure it's a sensor until they actually find said sensor and replace it, and then we have to drive the bus again to make sure that that it's done kicking the code and it stops doing the thing that it's doing. And then we'll know it was in fact a sensor. $180, $90, $198. It peaked at $198K. Where is A? And why is it flashing? That's A. I'm in D. B. B is stuck. Great. Not done fixing this yet. There's literally 4 trains on this track, and you 2 idiots have managed to get stuck next to, like, the last, second to last. Is that the last? That's the last station, Uranium 5. How did you 2 idiots get stuck down there? Now I gotta go up there and save your